for the Middle Ages until the 16th century, for it, South Italian, but also Middle Italian, and just to inform, because Stefano talked about the graffiti. And let's move to the second talk. I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly. I apologize, but I always doubt about this. Peter Lukenhardt, yes. Is, as I said, Dean on the Center of Advanced Study in the Visual Art, National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C. And he had a lot of experience in USA universities, and the exhibition in Taddeo Zuccari and Federico Zuccaro Artist Borders in the Renaissance Rome. Especially it deals with the workshops, the artist workshops, and the Accademia di San Luca. This today is very interesting. This project, who is the director of the online research database entitled The History of Accademia di San Luca, Documents from the Archivio di Stato di Roma, is a collaborative project between the National Gallery of Art and the Archivio di Stato di Roma and the Accademia Nazionale di San Luca. And today he will speak about documentation, visualization, annotation, the first decade of the early history of the Accademia San Luca project. Please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Irene. And we are grateful to you and to Massimo Carlo Giannini and the organizers of this wonderful digital art history and actually digital cultural history workshop that's been organized at the Università degli Studi di Teramo. We have recorded our presentation just in case we might have any problems projecting from the United States. It's about 26 minutes, and we are happy to answer questions either afterwards or when the general questions are opened at the end of today's sessions. Thank you so much. And now I turn things over to Matthew Westerby, who will begin the recording.
I'm just realizing the audio isn't coming through here, so I'm going to try this again.
Some problem. We have some problem with. Oh.
I'm more familiar doing this with Zoom. Do you have a recommendation for making sure the audio also comes through?
No, Matthew, the audio is not playing yet.
Yes, the audio is not playing, yes.
All right, let me try this again and see if it gives me another option.
Okay, we could hear you very clear, but not the audio of the video recording.
I saw the suggestion to share a link. We haven't uploaded this video. We just recorded it yesterday. So sharing it through the call was our plan. For anyone more familiar with Google Meetings, is there a menu I should be looking for to share the audio?
No.
Can I make a suggestion, if you don't mind? You can try to. Do you see the three dots? If you go there, there are settings, and in there
Yes.
you can choose where the audio is coming from, whether it's from the microphone or from the internal, from your computer. Just try and do that, maybe.
Thank you. I'll look there. I'm sorry for the delay.
Has the audio come through yet?
No, it isn't.
Maybe an option is to change the browser. I don't know.
Sure, thank you. Let me, I'll rejoin the call. 1 second.
Because usually troubles like these are related to the permission.
Somebody said that in presentation settings, you can click transmit audio.
Okay, with apologies from all of us, we were hoping to avoid exactly this event. We should have. We can always read. In just a minute, we're going to check with Matt. If we can't work this out, we'll do it live. But we apologize greatly. Used to other platforms.
Oh, Pietro Costantini is telling me that Meet is not Meet doesn't permit to share a video with audio. He say, sorry, I'm translating, but he's writing to me to use a software external for the audio with the microphone.
Okay.
Okay, Peter.
Thank you. Let me see what's going on here with Matt.
Yeah,
I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right. We're all on site here. We can just do it live. Just a minute.
Yeah.
I have a proposal. In the meantime, can we host Alessia Sonitis and then Matthew in the meantime, he can arrange this problem and try to solve this problem. I don't know if you agree, because otherwise we can wait without without to know if the problem is solved. Okay, I don't know. What do you think, Massimo?
We can switch.
If Alessio agrees, for me it's okay.
I agree. I'm game. I'm ready.
Alessio, are you here?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, fine. Okay, I think it's better because the technical problem, we are not able to solve the technical problem. Peter, do you agree this change of program?
Well, I think we can go live. We can just go live if that's suitable to you. Matt, are you ready?
Matt is rejoining the meeting, Peter.
Okay, in which case then do go ahead with Alessio and we'll go next.
So
That's fine.
we go to Alessio and then you come back.
Right. 1,000 apologies.
Solve
Okay.
the problems. Okay.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. So I introduced Alessio Assonitis, but all the people know the Medici Archive project, and of course Alessio is arrived in the Medici Archive project 24 and became the director in 29. He served as principal investigator for digital projects, and of course he has published extensively on topics related to Italian Renaissance, art, book, history, and of course we know this marvelous Medici Archive project and all the success that Medici Archive project did. Today, Alessio will talk about we'll speak about the digital history and the Medici Archive, digitalizing, coding, and founding. Please, Alessio, and sorry for this confusion.
No problem. Let me see if I can make this happen.
It's happened.
All right.
Problem.
How do I share screen? Now this is my issue right now. Oh, aspetta un attimo. Are you seeing my screen right now?
Yes, we see.
The digital history of the Medici Archive, digitizing, coding, and funding?
Yes.
You see the, oh, perfect, wonderful. So the premise is this. I am not a digital humanist. I am a mere art historian that happened to become a digital humanist out of necessity. The talk today is really not about the Medici Archive project, but about its main protagonist, its sort of the source of inspiration and scholarship and funding in many ways. So I'm just going to briefly give an overview of the history, not of the history of the Medici Archive, because it would take for a couple of days to finish this, but instead I'll give you the history and the steps that occurred during the whole process of coming up with a digital platform and the various emanations of the digital platform. So basically, we are discussing not so much the history of the Medici Archive, but the history of the digital archive of the Medici, and of course, its future, right? But before so, I need to address briefly, and I'm sure a lot of people, a lot of our colleagues know, and by the way, I take this opportunity to thank Massimo and Irene, and of course Stefano before me, and Luke, and Peter before and after, I guess, because this has been something, a work in progress since the very beginning. Now, the Medici Archive project is basically working on one fold or one archival collection, at least at the beginning, which is the Medici del Principato, which is housed at the Archivio di Stato di Firenze. Now, the Medici del Principato, this is our bread and butter, this is our main guy, our person, our protagonist, is basically a archival collection, right, of course, of the Medici Grand Dukes. So from Alessandro, but mostly Cosimo I, all the way to Gian Gastone, that is from 1532-37 to 1743. It's the collection, the epistolary collection of the Grand Duchy. And it comprises something like 6,500 volumes. There are about 4 to 5 million letters. There's also an important corpus of avvisi, which I'll talk about later on. It really spans upon, spans the range of something like, 200 years. And what it is about? It's about the mostly the internal administration of the Medici Grand Duchy, I'm sorry. Most of this material is foreign diplomacy, and of course there's a lot of familial material, content which deals with the Medici family, the court of the Medici. So it's a very strange collection. Administration, foreign policy, and the foreign policy, meaning the letters of the ambassadors make, are the most important and the largest carteggio of all of this collection. Of course, there's a lot of familial stuff, family stuff. Now, the content of the Medici Principato and how it began to be sort of, how it began to enter a possible database had to do with the idea that someone called Edward Goldberg had many years ago in the early 90s. And he wanted to basically record and make sense of a rather not so complex archival fondo, but with an archival fondo that was especially important for art historians and for historians of material culture. It is for this reason that if you, aside from, of course, as I said, administration, foreign policy, and diplomacy, and family stuff, the content of these letters, of these 5 to 6 million letters, mostly deal with what you're reading right here, that is this list on the left. There's a lot about medicine, there's a lot about natural catastrophes, obviously there's a lot about art, there's a lot of antiquities, food, print culture, there's a lot about archives, and the mail, and religious conflicts. So it's a very, very, it's a collection which is extremely pregnant, extremely well condensed. It has a lot of information about the object of the 16th, 17th, 18th century. And this is how everything started, because the very first database that was ever created, which was an access database back in 1999, was obviously a Microsoft Access database, which was a bespoke database, which was really done specifically in order to catalog and to make sense of this material. Now, this was an in-house database, and the reason and how this database was populated was thanks to postdoctoral fellows. They came from all over the world to Florence, mostly from the NEH, the National Endowment for the Humanities, from the Press Foundation, from the Mellon Foundation, who came to Florence to basically transcribe the letters of the Medici Principato, entered it in a very rudimental database. We look at this today with we look at it almost with nostalgia in many ways to see something so rudimental, right? And what these scholars did, I was a fellow, Stefano Dallaglio was a fellow, was basically to transcribe, parts of the Medici Principato, and make a small synopsis or a gesto, right, and enter all the appropriate metadata. Obviously, in the case of a letter, the sender, the finder, the recipient, the place of the location from which this letter was sent, where it arrived, the dates, and so on and so forth. And this was basically all it was. The problem with this, obviously, with this access database, it was only accessible at the Archivio di Stato. So lots of people used to come to the Archivio di Stato in this small room, which is next to the Sala Principale of the Archivio di Stato, and a sala lettura, and came in the office and says, give me everything you have on, Bronzino and poetry, or give me everything you have about, melons in Constantinople circa 1670. So we did this. We basically came up with this information. Now, the criterion to enter data in this platform originally had to do with a number of topic categories. So every time we would be reading letters and we encounter anything that had remotely to do with the list of things that you see, list of categories that you see on the left, everything was entered, and basically that was the sort of the rhyme or reason, the methodology behind this, this data entry system. And this happened for many, many years. So there were a lot of postdoctoral fellows who came, and the amount of data and metadata accrued tremendously. But we had a problem. Basically, the problem was that we couldn't, people had to come to the archive, which is sort of ridiculous. They had to come to the place of the archive in order to retrieve information about the archive. So the first thing we did in 2006 was to create a sort of a facade, a kind of basically a web-based data retrieval system, which was basically extremely passive, where people would just punch in the information that they looked for, and the data came right to you in the form of course, a transcription, a synopsis, or a characterization of a biographical figure, or documents about a place, or documents about a category itself. It was very straightforward, and here on the right, you have the more technical aspects about the very first thing we put online. But I mentioned the word passive. And also, I'm one of those people who thinks that digital humanities is solution to problems, not solution to invented problems. So we went on, and so the problem here was that money was running out, because to have a postdoctoral fellow come to Florence for 3 years to work on a digital platform having to do with archives was very expensive, and foundations such as the NEH and the CREST and the Mellon and the Delmas were less likely to finance something that vast and so expensive. So what we did, we thought, okay, well, there's a famous saying, if Muhammad doesn't go to the mountain goes to Muhammad, basically meaning that we created a system where people didn't have to come to Florence to do the work, but people could do the work directly from their homes. Now, this came about thanks to a convention with the Archivi di Stato di Firenze and di Beni Culturali and the Direzione degli Archivi e delle Biblioteche, right? A convention whereby we would be able to digitize, the folios and the volumes, filze, of the Mediceo del Principato and put them online. Right? So it was straightforward. So up to this system called BIA is still active today. There are about, and these numbers here are wrong, there are about something like 35,000 transcriptions, almost 20,000 biographical records. So 20,000 biographical records of people living from 1537 all the way to 1743, over 90,000 geographical and topographical records. So it was a very vast sort of system of information dealing with the early modern period. On top of that, it had something like, today it has something like 800,000 digitized images from the Medici Granducal Archive, from the Medici del Principato. And as of this morning, there are about 5,700 people registered in order to use and to do research on this platform. And the platform is straightforward. You can do different kinds of searches, as cross-referencing, a person with a topic with a temporal span. You can, of course, and this is the important aspect, you can begin to transcribe the Medici del Principato and enter all the appropriate data, metadata, transcriptions, and synopses, and so on and so forth, directly from home. So no one had to come to Florence to do this. So people could do this work from home. On top of that, they didn't even have to do the work. They could just sort of look through the folios of this vast collection and do the research from home, taking into account, of course, that the Medici del Principato is just one fondo of over 620 fondi, I think, in the Archivi di Stato. So it's just the epistolary collection of the Medici. This did not include, of course, the collection of the Medici having to do with the real estate, the Guardaroba Medicia, the Miscellanea Medicia, all the various ancillary fondi, ancillary collections of the Medici Granducal period. So yes, people can transcribe. A window opens up and they can begin to transcribe this material from home. And we would assign filze to people directly from Florence, and this pretty much went quite well. It was something that happened. And on top of that, this is just a list of the various dissertations and topics that could be done, at least by using BIA, our platform, as an initial step. Of course, real research has to be done, taking into account a lot of different archival repositories, not just the Medici del Principato, not just the epistolary collection of the Medici. But there was a problem. The problem here, I mean, of course, we always think about problems and solutions. The problem is that not everyone could read this material. Not everyone is able to read a relatively easy 16th century sort of, cancelleresca of sorts, but not everyone, could read and understand how to attack, how to address a 16th, 17th century letter. So we went back to Mellon, and of course the Mellon Foundation was, gave us the seed money to, think about how to create BIA, but also the substantial funding to create the platform, and receive a very generous funding from the Mellon Foundation. Then I went back to Mellon saying, there are a lot of people who just can't read it, right? So can we think about, can I propose to you a solution whereby, not only we teach how to read documents online, how to read sort of, and how to make sense of these documents online, but also a way in which, people can enter and learn how to transcribe material, transcribe 16th century letters, and at the same time, begin to be part of the entry system, that begin to enter the material while they're learning how to do it. So I went back to Mellon and we created a teaching module, the BIA teaching module, which is incorporated into the BIA platform. And for a number of years, we began to basically train people on how to enter this material online. And this was done through means of annotation and through asynchronic teaching, of course. No live teaching. And here you have on the right the various the technical aspects about this platform. And also we had blogs and fora and different kinds of discussions. So we began to, in a sense, to make people, and I'm talking mostly about American and English American Germans, I mean not Italian scholars or graduate students or students. We began to encourage people to work with archives at a time when not many people were working in archives. I went to graduate school at Columbia in the 90s, and the last thing I was told by my professor, not James Beck, but David Freeberg and David Rozan, don't go to the archive because you're going to waste your time. The funding is what it is. You cannot spend possibly 4 or 5 years on a dissertation. So that was my forma mentis in going to Mellon and saying, Mellon, let's find a solution where people can learn how to do this. And we did. So this is an example of one of our courses. So there's a teacher or instructor, and he addresses the various issues. And there are, of course, collective transcriptions going on. And of course, we tell scholars how to appropriately transcribe and why we transcribe in a certain way, and what are the conventions, and what are the abbreviation, so on and so forth, right? But this again posed another problem. And the other problem was that we had to digitize a lot of volumes from the Principato, and the digitization process, which was which was done by two digitization technicians. I think one of them is here speaking here in the audience. Was extremely. It was an extremely long process. We thought that maybe we could do the whole thing in 25 years. So I went back to Mellon for the third time and said, well, Mellon, I have another idea. First of all, the Medici del Principato is just one collection. How about if we include all the other collections of the Medici? Especially the Guardaroba Medicia, which is inventories of mobile objects of the Medici, right, of their objects that they had in the palaces, in the villas, in their homes, so on and so forth. And of course, the Miscellanea Medicia. Miscellanea Medicia is basically a hybrid collection which took place, which existed thanks to the genius and evil mind of Jacopo di Guccio Galluzzi, who at the time, while making, in the 18th century, while making sense out of this collection, began to remove material from the Medici del Principato to bring it home and to do his great opus, Storia Glandulare di Toscana, right? So he removed a lot of folios and inserts from the Medici del Principato, and of course never put it back in. So we have a hybrid collection of Medici material, which is appunto Miscellanea Medicia. So I thought, can we think of a way where we can combine all these things together? Not just the inventories of objects, not just this sort of hybrid collection, but also, for instance, the collection of the Medici before 1532, the Medici Avanti il Principato, which is already online since the late 90s, thanks to the Archivio di Stato, and also the collection of of documents pertaining to the financial administration, and the financial aspects regarding their immobili, their immobile things, so to speak, the villas, the houses, the farms, the palaces, and of course the Jewish ghetto. The Jewish ghetto was part of the possessions of the Medici. So going back to Mellon, they liked the idea. They liked the idea that we could, reinsert, whatever was removed by Galluzzi in the 18th century can go back in the original place, of course, digitally. So we're digitally reconstructing what, what someone had destroyed, so to speak, in the 18th century. In some cases, it's just a letter that refers to an attachment, or a letter that refers to an avviso, and that avviso has been removed. In the case of the avvisi, it was not removed by Galluzzi, but by the Medici themselves. But a lot of these attachments were removed, so we can, and make reference to each other. So we thought we can unite them again from a purely digital point of view, right? And then we thought, the Medici Grand Dukes doesn't start the Medici history doesn't start in 1537. There's a history before that, right? And we thought we can, take the Medici avanti il Principato and, in a sense, incorporate it into a platform where there's a sense of continuity from the Medici as banker merchants, and obviously popes, but mostly banker merchants, and the Medici as Grand Dukes and Grand Dukes of Florence and Grand Dukes of Tuscany. So, and another thing we thought about is, we would like to think of a platform that can combine all these collections, so that it can combine the letters with the inventories, with the maps and blueprints of their houses and villas. In this case, this is a typical example of, a letter related to Cosimo's library, the inventory of Cosimo's book, and the location of one of the libraries in Palazzo Pitti, not Cosimo, but Ferdinand. So again, we're beginning to put everything together in order to have a thematic sense. So what happened and we were very much involved in perorating the cause for this, was that at a certain point, we were allowed to take photographs of documents. This was a pivotal, a main sort of event in the history of the Medici Digital Archive, because we were allowed to basically take pictures of documents and literally do whatever we wanted with them. Just in order, all documents that we were allowed to take pictures of were only for study purposes or for research purposes. So basically what we did, banking on this great corpus of material which was left in the hard drives of scholars and students, we basically found a solution, right? And here, at a certain point, people were taking pictures. Today, archives, especially the Archivi di Stato di Firenze, is not an archive, but a photography lab where people go and take pictures and really don't do much research anymore. So they take pictures rampantly, avidly, and sometimes they only need 1 or 2 documents and they take pictures of one entire volume made up of 600 folios. So we thought, what are they going to do with those 598 folios? Well, the idea was to make sure that they could upload it and share it with anybody else. So it's basically the Wikipedia idea, right? So we came up with MIA, the next emanation after BIA, and MIA does exactly that. It includes all the different kinds of Medici fondi, of Medici archival collections, but it also allows scholars to construct their own archive by uploading this material, and if they want, sharing it with other people. And this has been going on for the past 2 years with some success. We're very happy with how everything is progressing and how people are basically, thinking of, an archive which is no longer a physical locus, but a place where people can come digitally, of course, and share material. So here are the various archival fondi that are included in the MIA platform, and they're uploaded very simply. You just basically come and create your personal archive. You're able to, here are all the various collections, all the things that you can store also, because another thing is that MIA allows you not just to share, but to store and to put in order archival material, for your own personal use, right? And the idea is, of course, to, select, because while we were dealing only with letters in the previous platform, with this platform, we're dealing with all different kinds of documentary typologies. So not just the letter that has a sender and a recipient, but also an inventory, which is basically a static document, or a contract or a will, anything that had to do with a vast collection of Medici papers. And we needed to find solutions in order to have data entry modules whereby a contract could find and can be entered and make sense out of. Right? We know if you cannot put the data of a contract or of an inventory into a system that only houses letters. So that was one of the problems that we had to incur, right? And also, so basically one would upload the document, and the document or the documents, the letters, they would be available. They would be they had nothing, no metadata, nothing, and people began to enter metadata, simple metadata. What is the volume? How many pages? So on and so forth. Eventually, the simple metadata could be entered and re-entered with more complex metadata. That is, whether you want to mention who wrote the document, what the document is about, the very transcription, the synopsis, everything that could, enhance or embellish a document with information, with data. So, and the same things that, happen in the BIA system also are available in the MIA system, so people can transcribe from home. This time, they can transcribe other people's material should the other person allow it to be read and made public. Right? You can, of course, do all of the advanced searches possible, but this time you can search not just within the corpus of letters, but also within, other kinds of typologies, such as inventories, such as horoscopes, such as avvisi, and so forth. There, of course, the biographical modules are very much enhanced. But the interesting thing is that, as I mentioned, because the Venetian Principato originally was someone removed material, and that which then became the Miscellanea Medicia. Now you can re-enter it digitally. That is, you can have a system where the attachment can go back with a letter, the avviso can go back with a letter, pages removed from a document can go back and be re-entered digitally, so people can have a kind of fluid reading of the document, right? And then a scholar can teach with this. Scholars can teach. People have been teaching. Professors have been teaching with the MIA module, or creating special rooms where can they share specific data, specific letters, or specific information or documents with other scholars according to a thematic aegis, such as here, Plague of 1630. So anything dealing with Plague of 1630 is added onto this space where people can go, share, enter, re-enter, and do anything they want with it, without really messing the metadata and the data, which is already part of the letter as it is available to a public audience, right? Again, we do all the different kinds of annotations, just as before, and now annotations can be searched, right? And of course, the idea is here to enlarge the range of documentary material, so from 5 million to 15 million, and this is allowing us to create sort of digital communities. There's a special focus study working on Neapolitan avvisi. There's another special focus study working on the Jewish documents. We have all different kinds of private, semi-private, and public arenas whereby students, scholars, teachers, and even history buffs can begin to work with primary sources, and of course the teaching aspect is very much still available. Another thing that that came up to us, and this is something that we just started recently, is the idea that one of our scholars, her name is Sheila Barker, found a document, the wedding contract of Artemisia Gentileschi. So from the time that she found that contract in the archive to the time where she verified it was published, to verify, to check it, to transcribe it, to write up an article, to write that article and send it to the Burlington Magazine, and the Burlington Magazine sends it back to you, and finally you get the proofs and you actually publish everything and it's available until someone actually reads it and cites that document, cites that article in another work. Over something like 3.5 years would take, between 3 and 3.5 years was the time span from the discovery of the document to the citing of the document to the impact factor of the document. So we thought that we could sort of make sure to cut this red tape and publish in documents of a certain kind of importance online. right? And the same criteria is applied here. Someone would, apply to enter a discovery, and this will go through a peer review. The person who discovered a document has to say why it's important, come up with a summary of the document, a bibliography, and of course it has to have the original thing, and and write a short sort of one paragraph, a short notice of sorts available, so that other scholars can know that there is, of course, a discovery, that the discovery was made by a certain person, and that a person is author of that discovery, and it's his. Something that we thought could be useful, especially when you are dealing with, with a system that, the printed word, basically it takes a long time to be published, to be public. So this is the publication module, and we're beginning now to come up with, discoveries that make sense. Of course, we would call the experts in the field to verify whether this is worthy of a publication, so to speak. Stefano Dallario mentioned that the open source code for MIA was taken in order to house the Falconieri project, which is basically letters of Ottavio Falconieri to the Medici mostly, to Leopoldo and to Cosimo III, I think, no, Cosimo II, non mi ricordo. And this is something that Stefano Dallario has been doing and entering this material, and it's completed this material, and this is something that is in a private collection. But here too, just to show you that this open source platform is available for any kind of, it can be populated by any kind of data. Right, and this is one example. There's another example also of people working with Avvisi. Recently, I won another grant dealing with the publication of Avvisi, and we're working on still using the MIA platform on publishing Avvisi for a larger audience. That is the digital image of the Avviso and the synopsis, and this is meant to, in a sense, it's a project which literally has to. I just got the notice a couple months ago for having received funding. Is it something that we are doing in order to make this kind of material, that is these early newspapers, available to a much wider audience, not just scholars, but also college students, university students, but also high school students. Something which is done in a way where so many different kinds of walks of academic life can access this material, cite it, work with it, understand it. This is something that we're working on right now. We'll be actually finding fellows to work on this project in the next couple of weeks, right? Another project that spawns off the BIA First and MIA project is the Ghetto Mapping Project. As I mentioned, one aspect of the collection of the Medici deals with the Medici real estate, with their villas and with their palaces. One thing that belonged to the Medici was the ghetto, which used to be in Piazza della Repubblica, and it was demolished. It was built in 1570, enlarged in the early 18th century, and eventually demolished in the late 19th century. We found, and this you can see here, this document right here, the entire corpus of blueprints of every single apartment of the ghetto since the beginning to the end, to the time it was demolished, right? So this allowed us to reconstruct the ghetto, and here you have, it's a mix between, of course, the BIA information, but also a lot of AutoCAD for architects, and beginning to reconstruct something which was much more than a, a digital project or a digital thing. Also because we were able to come up with different kinds of material, of course, the drawings of the ghetto, this is the model, the 3D model, the laser print model, which was built simply from our reconstructions of the blueprints that you see here. Here you have the interior of certain apartments of the ghetto. Here you have an architect working with the different, physically, manually, putting these pieces together and then putting in AutoCAD. So here you have, and here we have a reconstruction how the ghetto looked like in today's Florence, right? This is entering a specific bespoke CAD platform based on the MIA platform, but also we're working on something because we found every single name of every single person who lived in the ghetto since 1570. So really everyone who lived there, the name. So we're creating a genealogy database, and this is probably also in collaboration with the Center for Jewish Studies in New York, right? A database which is very different from anything we've done before, but it, of course, comes out of that larger idea of MIA and BIA in the early Medici digital projects. And this, and just to show you how, you know, from a platform, you can go all the way to a book, all the way to a conference. This project on the Jewish ghetto will actually be incarnated into an exhibition at the Pitti in September 2022, where we'll be showing not just the reconstructions, but the objects of the ghetto, the documents of the ghetto, everything that have to do with Jews in Florence in Tuscany, actually from 1570 to basically 1888. Of course, all of our digital platforms have to have a traditional emanation. So in a sense, we do digital to make traditional. You know, we do innovation to make, again, tradition. And the tradition is, of course, we're never going to go up in doing conferences, in doing publications, in doing the traditional things that, you know, and of course, the more modern things. And because the idea of the Medici Archive project is to live in between these two worlds. You know, we're not, you know, a sort of completely sort of technological, far from that actually, technological research institute, but we are someone who are very proud of the more traditional aspects of our scholarship. And of course, a lot of this is incarnated in our publication series with REPLs. So exhibitions, books, we have a fellowship program, we have an educational program live here in Florence, but also a lot of this, you know, began with a digital origin. So it is interesting to see that a lot of people come from a traditional world and then go towards the digital. We began as digital, and now we're moving to a more traditional, you know, aspect of scholarship, something that we've been doing for the past 10 years, since I've been director of this. And of course, I mentioned the exhibitions. One is Giovanni Gazzoni, they did it last year at Pitti, and then the one with Uffizi on the German Guard of the Medici. All these exhibitions have a clearly digital beginning, a digital incipit, and that's why, you know, the platform plays a distinctive role in the life of our research institute. I think I'm done.
Oh, thank you, Alessio. It was a wonderful presentation. And thank you also for bringing us in Archivio di Stato of Florence, where the situation for the scholar is not at the moment at the top. And also for bringing us in the city of Florence with the ghetto and that. May I ask you, how many PhD students do we have now at the Medici Archive project?
You mean as fellows?
Uh-huh.
You know, each year we have somewhere between, I mean, we ignore the past year, of course, between usually around 7 or 8.
Okay.
You know, depending on. You know.
Very nice, very interesting. Thank you so much. I asked, and of course, Massimo, what I have to do now. Peter, maybe did you solve your problem? Technical problem? Yes, okay.
You did. It turns out that Google Meet is proprietary, so they want us to use Google Chrome, I believe. So I think it's going to work now.
Yes.
I have only a question. If you prefer to make now a short break and then to hear Peter, or if you prefer to go on with.
Go on. I don't know. You must choose what we have to do.
What do you think, Massimo? It's your program here, so.
No, for me it's the same, but it's only for a.
For me, it's perfect to go on. Thank you.
Why don't we go ahead?
To go on. Okay.
Okay, Matt, are you ready there?
Okay.
I think in order to present, the previous presenter needs to stop presenting first.
The previous presenter has to stop presenting.
How do we do this? Stop. Thank you, your presentation.
Thank you, Peter. And you owe me one, Peter.
Okay.
Yes.
A big one.
Perfect.
Thank you.
All right, I will press play and audio will be included. Thank you for your patience, everyone.
Launched in spring 2010, the history of the Accademia di San Luca, circa 1590 to 1635, documents from the Archivio di Stato di Roma, was originally funded by endowments from the Center for Advanced Study in the Visual Arts, the Getty Foundation, and the Samuel H. Kress Foundation. It is a collaborative project with the Archivio di Stato di Roma and the Accademia di San Luca. Taking the form of a research database, the website originally included diplomatic transcriptions of approximately 400 documents You lost the audio.
It did. Try to restart. Let me restart this one more time. The audio was working.
Launched in spring 2010, the history of the Accademia di San Luca, circa 1590 to 1635, documents from the Archivio di Stato di Roma, was originally funded by endowments from the Center for Advanced Study in the Visual Arts, the Getty Foundation, and the Samuel H. Kress Foundation. It is a collaborative project with the Archivio di Stato di Roma and the Accademia di San Luca. Taking the form of a research database, the website originally included diplomatic transcriptions of approximately 400 documents regarding the first 4 decades of the Accademia, along with photographs of each folio, the 2 displayed side by side. The Accademia di San Luca, as one of the oldest, most influential, and longest lived, it flourishes to this day. It provides a telling example of the critical fortune of European art academies more generally. When the original members of the Accademia met before the notary and laid out their founding principles in March 1593, the deputies cited the nobility of art, the glory of God, and the honor of their professions as the reasons for being. Each document on the original site included a summary with principal names and key terms highlighted. With markup based on the text encoding initiative, it was possible to search according to artist name or person, over 1,300 in total, place name, document type, key term, notary's name, and date. In addition, we had the beginnings of carousels of images by members of the Accademia di San Luca, drawn principally from the collections of the National Gallery of Art, the Kress collections across the United States, and the Accademia di San Luca in Rome. In 2015, we migrated the project to the website of the National Gallery of Art. In the process, we lost the text encoding, but gained greater autonomy in updating and expanding the Accademia site, courtesy of the user-friendly building environment of the Adobe Experience Manager system, which everyone on the team could easily master. At the same time, we added 4 historic maps of Rome, highlighting the places on them where the members of the Accademia transacted business, undertook appraisals, or dealt with myriad properties. The markup of the maps with colored pins and shading offered a first attempt at layering and annotating the images of maps in order to assist scholars with visualizing the intersection of the Accademia as a teaching and confraternal institution within the city of Rome. During the past 5 years, we have introduced essays on the most important churches to the Accademia's life, including the original seat on the Esquiline Hill, San Luca, and its subsequent home in the Roman Forum, known as Santa Martina, later renamed San Luca, then San Luca in San Martina, and finally, Santi Luca e Martina in the ex novo edifice designed by Pietro da Cortona around 1635 to 1675. These essays by Silvia Tita have recently been revised and also translated into Italian, adding to the bilingual elements of the site. They will be available later this summer. Further refinements include 7 new historic maps from a private collection, expanding the chronological range from the late 15th century, here with the Weltchronik, through the end of the 17th century, as we'll see in a map from Sandrart. Each map will be marked with approximately 50 places mentioned in the documents. Further, they contain annotations to assist the researcher, about which more in just a moment, from Matthew J. Westerby, our Robert H. Smith postdoctoral research associate for digital projects at the center. We are also excited to highlight a new resource from the National Gallery of Art's library entitled The Eternal City, Roman Guidebooks and Histories from the Renaissance to the Enlightenment. Here, visitors will be directed to destination links within the early guidebooks that relate to the 50 places. Abby S. Whitlock, assistant to the program of research, will present the annotated guidebooks after Matt completes his section. Postdoctoral research associate Fulvia Zaninelli will then present an actual search concerning the academia's appraisals that leads the scholar from the documents to maps and guidebooks in a path of discovery that will illuminate the ways in which the history of the Accademia di San Luca serves as more than a repository of documents. Rather, it is a synergetic resource that users can customize to the research needs, whether specifically on the Accademia di San Luca or on other aspects of Roman art and culture. Matt.
Thank you, Peter. And as Peter explained, the history of the Accademia di San Luca research project originates with a collection of archival documents transcribed, summarized, and presented on the project website. Images of these documents are served to the web using the International Image Interoperability Framework, better known as IIIF. Expanding on the research capabilities of this framework for presenting images and related content, our team and our partners at the National Gallery designed a landing page for historic maps of Rome. These maps situate the churches, palaces, and other sites associated with the Accademia di San Luca over time and across layers of urban fabric, as depicted by their makers. From the landing page, up to 8 maps can be selected at a time using the Mirador image viewer. The examples seen here demonstrate how essential these direct comparisons can be. And at left, there are 2 maps here showing the area around the Basilica of Santa Maria Maggiore, and at right, 6 maps zoomed in to their highest level of detail on the area around the Arch of Septimius Severus, adjacent to the Church of Santa Martina. Later known as Santi Luca e Martina, we can document how this site is referred to in labels for the legends on the respective maps. As our research team looked closer and thought deeply about how these maps act as visualizations, we decided to enhance how we present them by authoring annotations over specific regions. Rather than projecting or warping these maps to fit our contemporary expectations for geospatial systems, our goal became to create layers of content generated from the data set at the core of our project. These IIIF annotations can be seen as discrete intellectual fragments presented in the same interactive visual space. Essentially, the IIIF manifest for these maps acts as the carrier for our added content. The affordances of the presentation and search APIs enable us to author our contributions. Like other projects involving digital annotations, we have considered the wider community of users and researchers who can experience these fragments of research content, creating new pathways for discovery, either through searching the National Gallery website or zooming and manipulating our maps in Mirador. We have also been careful to implement these annotations with consideration for future interoperability. In authoring annotations, our team transcribed labels from each map along with brief notes pertinent to the year that map was published. The annotations are tagged so that each map dynamically renders on the page dedicated to a specific church or palace mentioned in the archival documents. Each map can be explored with all annotations displayed. The color coding for markers is explained on a legend: green for churches labeled by the map creators, blue for churches not labeled on the map, but identified by our research team, as well as yellow for palaces and purple for piazzas, orange for other sites. This map, designed after Giovanni Battista Falda, features 2 legends in the lower corners. The associated entries are transcribed in the text boxes for our pop-up annotations. And here the new edifice of Cortona's Church in the Roman Forum stands out. We can also see a palace at Monte Cavallo, in this era owned by Cardinal Mazarin. The annotations include hyperlinks to the web page for each place, offering a filtered view of these content layers. Beyond these maps, our research team is now concluding work on a parallel project to create annotations for historic guidebooks of Rome. And my colleague Abby Whitlock will talk about these resources next.
Thank you, Matt. I will be speaking about the new guidebooks element of our project, specifically their origins, how they are currently connected to the project, their integration, and perhaps most importantly, why they are essential. These guidebooks are accessible through the National Gallery of Art Library Catalog, as well as in our Eternal City, Roman Guidebooks and Histories from the Renaissance to the Enlightenment rare book collection pictured here. The collection includes over 50 guidebooks spanning the 15th to the early 19th centuries, many of which fall into our project's late 15th to late 17th century focus. I will also touch briefly about our next initiative to create a user guide video that not only provides instruction, but also increases accessibility for the site and project as a whole. For the first round of selecting guidebooks from the Eternal City book collection, we prioritized guidebooks that met 3 specific criteria. First, that fell into our time frame, were of high quality image scans not available in their entirety elsewhere, such as on Google Books, and held a balance of both thorough text descriptions and images, such as woodcuts. Representing features such as architectural style, churches, palaces, and political buildings, both ancient and modern, respective to the book's production period, these guidebooks serve visitors to the city by highlighting key places and providing suggested travel itineraries, descriptions, and brief histories of each site. Through its illustrations and descriptions, guidebooks present themselves as an important research tool to not only track sites over time as Rome's layout and architecture changes, as seen by our extant, altered, and non-existent categories on our maps, or identify sites on maps lacking a legend or labels, but they are also key to understanding how these sites were perceived with importance over time, which can be approached by a close analysis of discrepancies and similarities in site descriptions and the structure of itineraries. From a historian's perspective, these guidebooks and their respective itineraries and accompanying descriptions are key to understanding the relationship between travel trends and the book's respective publication date. Looking at these guidebooks as travel literature, we can see how the sites highlighted change over time and what certain places are highlighted or, importantly, not highlighted over others. This is of particular interest when one of our respective places is not referenced in a guidebook, and we thus have to work around it while attempting to understand why it may have been omitted. Along with maps and their respective annotations and compare function, guidebooks help present the urban fabric of Rome as dynamic rather than static, constantly changing over time as documented through these entries. Alongside documents, annotated maps, and essays on each place page, these guidebooks provide yet another strong subset of sources that contribute to the academia's project strength of providing multiple types of sources in a single space for easy access and comparison. In addition to their contribution to the other digital sources, these guidebooks are important due to their position as a unique source of image scans and in it the engaging and informative way in which these viewers present the images and publication information. As a part of the Eternal City collection, these guidebooks are a strong research tool while simultaneously incorporating National Gallery of Art sources, a major initiative we wanted to pursue further. On each of our place pages, there is a guidebooks tab visualizing manifests of all the guidebooks from our first selection round mentioning or illustrating the respective place in a grid-like format. The viewer allows you to zoom in on IIIF images with incredible resolution and see catalog information by clicking on the More Information Metadata tab, where you can also view the guidebook within a viewer in the library catalog containing credit information, any notes about the volumes, such as inscriptions, and download images as JPEGs. Destination links automatically direct a user to the specific page for that site, rather than simply dropping them at the beginning of the book or on another page, a useful feature considering the length of many of the guidebooks and how many lack properly linked indexes. Despite being directed to the specific page, users still have the freedom to navigate to other pages on their own within the manifest. A key component of this guidebook's visualization are annotations, seen here in screenshots from the Guidebooks tab of the Altem's Palace Place page. One can view annotations and annotation text by hovering over the blue pen icon in the Mirador viewers, or can click the full screen option to see annotations within individual viewers separate from the grid. The blue pen icon is used to clearly indicate the location of each entry within the respective guidebook, if not clearly discernible by an illustration or recognizable heading. Although not every pen has an annotation, these two components work to provide key context for both the entries within the guidebook itself and for the depictions within the guidebook compared to our maps and documents. Pen icons help bring attention to how each respective place is situated within the guidebook and how the author perceives the importance of other sites. Expanding beyond the map's annotations purpose of recreating legends and other features, our guidebooks annotations provide more of a contextual history to our places and situate it within the urban fabric and history of Rome. We are also looking to create a collection of user guides with video components for our site. The intended format of these videos includes a series of videos of approximately 2 to 4 minutes of primarily screen recording showing the step-by-step process of using different parts of our site, such as the advanced search feature, and providing an in-depth explanation of what it does. The team would also like to add English and Italian captions to accompany the videos and narration, which would be added separately from the recording, in accordance with the bilingual nature of the project. These user guide videos, used in conjunction with the forthcoming text-based user guide, help increase accessibility for visitors to our academia site and align with the National Gallery's initiatives for accessibility by providing a visual element with captions as an alternative form of introduction to our site, which is currently largely text-based. By combining narration, images, music, screen recordings, and on-screen captions, which can be toggled on and off, this video would allow users with different learning, knowledge, or language abilities to retain information in a method better suited to them. Along with the maps and guidebooks, user guide videos would offer yet another digital resource working to expand the project's audience beyond the current scholarly community of users and visitors. Now, for my colleague Fulvia Zananelli, we will get an overview of our site's browsing and search capabilities. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abby.
Thank you.
As Peter mentioned, I will walk you through an actual search concerning the academia's appraisals that leads the user from the documents to maps and guidebooks. The entire academia website is completely bilingual, in English on the left and in Italian on the right side of the screen. At the moment, academia provides access to a complete transcription of extant notarial records from the late 16th century to the mid-17th century, from the archive of the Trenta Notai Capitolini held at the Archivio di Stato in Roma, along with images of the original documents. These primary resources document the breadth of the academia's activities, drawing from the proceedings of meetings, financial and legal transactions, property rentals, inventories of collections used for didactic purposes, as well as evidence of the institution's increasing control over production and appraisals of works of art. These transcriptions may be accessed from the search page. Researcher can either decide to perform a free text search or select a single category for searching, like, for example, performing a personal name search, we have around 1400s at the moment, or a place name search here on the left side of the screen. Users can also choose to perform combined guided searches in up to 6 categories in the guided search section, here on the right side, using the drop-down menus to browse and select a place name, a key term, type of document, notary, or year. A Appraisals in our sources are probably some of the most popular documents used by art historians studying the period of the period, especially those who are interested in investigating specific fields of art history, such as the business of art, the history of collecting, taste and patronage, or the history of the art market. In our context, they tell us how the Accademia di San Luca was created, but also how the business of art related to the institution was regulated. Indeed, when everything worked as it should, appraisals of artists' works represented a source of funding for the institution, as members were required to pay the 2% on the appraisal of their works. So let's go ahead and search the transcription by the key term appraisal. As you can see, we have at the moment identified 28 documents containing the term appraisal. Let's choose one of them. The selection brings up the full transcription of the primary source carried out following diplomatic conventions, a summary in both languages of the content of the document, and the image of the original document. Highlighted in yellow here is the sentence referring to the key term appraisal, extimatio picture et indurature. But let's look closer at our document. In the document tags, we have included the searchable field document type, with the double goal of facilitating the users in their search, as well as the understanding of the nature of the archival material available. As Peter mentioned in his introduction, our ambition for the project is to offer a synergetic resource that could serve scholars working specifically on the Accademia di San Luca, as well as on other aspects of the Roman art and culture. For us, this means digging into a field of studies, the one concerning law, that is only marginally and rarely connected to art historical studies, but that in our case, it is revealing to be of primary importance to contextualize how the institution worked within the Urbe. Expanding our current research into the jurisprudence of the time is teaching us that the strict relationship and aggressive intervention of the papacy in the secular government of the city of Rome during the Counter-Reformation is reflected not only in the system of arts in the society of the time, but also in the legal apparatus of the papal state. Let me briefly clarify what I just said. What this document is indeed an obligation in favor of the Accademia di San Luca for the artist Annibale Durante to pay his 2% he owed because of an appraisal of artworks he made for the Duke of Altemps in his palace in Montecavallo. But there is more to be said. The obligation is camerale, or in forma camere, as you can see highlighted on the original text on the right. This specific type of obligation stemmed from applying a predetermined formula in private contracts that had a pecuniary obligation, like in this case of Annibale Durante. It was a formula applied pretty much universally in contracts stipulated within the papal state that allowed designated notaries to apply specific provisions enabling its execution called parata. What makes it the obbligazione camerale proper of the papal state, it is indeed its execution that had implication for the delinquent debtor and his heirs, both on the personal level through the expropriation, as well as spiritual through excommunication. The intertwining of sacred and profane in the context of the papal state is reflected also in the constant evolution of the urban fabric of the Eternal City. Although our project is based on textual materials, our intentions are to provide related research sources, such as maps and their natural companions, historic guidebooks, that can be used as contextualizing tools functional to historical investigation of our primary sources. Identifying and tagging a place mentioned in our documents is not always a straightforward process. It entails additional research on the history of the place, sometimes involving genealogical inquiries or ownership histories, often found through biographies of artists that worked on these sites. Palazzo Altemps at Montecavallo is one of those cases that identifying a place on Accademia can be a full learning experience for our users, as for example, the name Palazzo Altemps in Montecavallo never comes up in our 11 maps. It is a telling example on how maps for us stand not only as visual material in support of our legal documents, but are essential research tools in their own right. If we click on the tagged place in the document, the user will be redirected to the specific place page. Selecting the tab Maps brings up all the maps where the place in question, Altemps Palace, has been identified. In the map annotations visible here on the right, we provide concise information on the site in question, such as the faithful transcriptions of labels, legends, and in some cases, in-depth essays and bibliographies, as my colleague Matt has shown you. In the same fashion, if we click on the option Guidebooks, the selection will show the page-specific views with annotations on the place page in question, here our Palazzo Altemps, that offer clarifying details. As explained by Abby, the guidebooks can be explored individually in full text or compared using the capability of Mirador Viewer. Both maps and guidebooks, enriched by the annotations, have the potential to contextualize the information the users can draw from our primary sources, while enabling them to enter in direct dialogue with these historical objects. And I'm now handing the visual microphone to Peter for closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank
you so
you,
much.
Matt, Abby, and Fulvia. This summer's project will be to add 200 new and largely unknown documents from the Tribunale Civile del Senatore, which represent a different type of notarial records based on the obligation and giuramento systems of jurisprudence that trace their history to ancient Rome and find special resonance in the papal city with its curious admixture of sacred and secular governance. In addition to expanding the chronological and typological parameters of our current research database, the publication of these documents comes at a critical moment in their fragile state of conservation. Many volumes have been ravaged by vermin and rodents, and their contents are not yet indexed by the Archivio di Stato. In this way, the transcriptions and photographs of documents contribute both to the sustainability of the archive and to its study and interpretation. Thank you for your kind attention. We look forward to your questions at the conclusion of this event, or you may contact us through our email address on the website. That's it.
Oh, yes. Yeah, my microphone works now. Yes, thank you so much for this presentation. And I think we have a lot of questions when we start with the discussion. And now, I think now we have to do a break. And I asked Massimo how long the break will be.
10 minutes only.
10 minutes. 10 minutes. Okay. Yes, we have 10 minutes rest and we start again. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Siamo?
Let
Let the other come in.
yeah.
Luca c'è. Domani tocca a te, quindi.
Mi sto preparando, infatti.
Peter, it was very, very interesting about the Accademia Salute. You work wonderfully. Molto, molto bene, molto interessante.
Grazie. Troppo gentile.
So che parli benissimo l'italiano, quindi è inutile far finta di parlare inglese.
No. Si capisce bene. But thank you for your patience, honestly.
Thank you too.
Technology is our friend and sometimes not. It's been great so far, though, really enjoyable.
Yeah. All the presentations were very interesting. Of course, you have to keep the time because otherwise we have no time for the discussion. And please also the other speaker for today, I suggest that it's better to keep the time and to let time for the discussion. And I suppose there were a lot of questions and for the speakers. Anyway, I don't see Daria. Alessio è alle sue posizioni. Ciao.
Eccomi.
Eccoti. Bellissimo comunque, bellissimo.
Grazie.
Molto bello, veramente. Avete portato a spasso per il mondo.
We have lost Daria Babic.
We have lost Daria. Daria disappeared. Disappeared, yes. You may see if Daria is connected or not. No, it's not connected.
She was connected.
She was, of course. Okay, I see Daria now.
She is here.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I had internet problems. I had to read.
Some problem. Always some problems. But I hope the problem is solved now. Okay, I introduce now the following papers and presentation. I find two names. Igor Borodin, Daria Babish, Department of Conservation, the Pushkin State Museum of Fine Art, Moscow. And I suppose she will speak analytics methods in conservation, the Pushkin State Museum Fine Art experience. Please, Daria, I recall to keep the time to, of course, to let space and time for questions. Please.
Thank you so much. I'll keep it very short. I think under 20 minutes for sure. And first of all, I'd like to apologize. Well, Igor Borodin would like to apologize for not being here as he's currently presenting at a different, goodness, there's thunderstorm, sorry. I don't know if you can hear me. He's presenting at a different conference today, so it's just going to be me. So first of all, thank you so much for the invitation to participate in this workshop. It's been wonderful listening to all of you, and for the Pushkin State Museum of Fine Arts, the international cooperation and transparency is very important, as we have several international projects going on, one of them being the Donatello and other Renaissance masters research and conservation, where of course the University of Trento is participating, and now the Teramo University has recently joined us also in this project, so we're very, very excited about that. So I'm going to open the presentation now, and please tell me if you can't see it. Let's see. Okay, so I'm clicking share and nothing's happening. If anyone has any advice. Yeah, okay, it's just not working. I'm clicking share, start sharing, and it just doesn't work.
For your presentation, you are using Google as a browser or another one?
Okay, it's starting to work. I'm sorry, it's just really slow on my end, I think. Let's see. Okay, can you see it now?
No.
Not yet, actually.
Yeah,
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
Now we can.
Now,
Yes. Now we can. Thank you, Daria.
Thank you so much. All right, so the title is Analytical Methods and Conservation, but I was actually suggested by Lucas Ruxano to talk about 3D scanning and printing in our work as art conservators, and this is what I will be mainly focusing on. And well, first, we all know that the technology of 3D scanning and printing is evolving constantly and gets better constantly, and becoming, so to speak, more mainstream. And now it's actually possible to get a 3D printer and have it in your home and just play with that. But until, I'd say, fairly recently, the technology was only potentially useful for art conservation. We knew the day would come when we could use 3D printing for, let's say, filling in the losses, etc. But it wasn't quite there yet. But in the recent past, the materials and the methods were just not good enough, you know. But in the recent past, they just started getting there, and at the moment we are in the moment where we can actually start using them in our work. And we have several examples of such work in the last decade, 10 years from now, a few years from now, and something that's happening currently. So I thought it would be interesting to look at the evolution of the practical use of this method, and to compare what we could do then, what we can do now, and what we're hoping that we will be able to potentially do in the future. And I'd like to start with a very good example of all three, which is this 5th century BC ceramic tub. What you can see here is the before is already conserved pieces sort of put together for safekeeping, and on the right is the finished object, finished to this day, but potentially it will be changed in the future, and I will talk a little bit about that. So this artifact was discovered in fragments in the 80s, 85, 86, during the work of the Bosporus expedition under the Department of Art and Archaeology of the Ancient World in our museum. The discovery was made in a building that was a part of a single architectural ensemble built in the central part of the Pentecopeum between 510 and 490 BC. And which, as I said, what you see in here is a restored object. So as you can see, the most part of it has unfortunately been lost. So for a long time, the tub was kept in the depository due to the lack of appropriate technologies in the state that you're seeing on the left. And the technology has developed, and thanks to that, we were able to start working, and it was actually a project championed by Igor Borodin, who's not here today, and the chief curator of our museum. So by 2009, object modeling programs using high precision 3D laser scanning has been created and successfully tested. So this is what we used. The 3D model of the object was created together with the Central Aerohydrodynamic Institute, as we just didn't have the equipment, and we don't have the appropriate equipment now to this day. So we have to collaborate with other institutions. Scanning the fragments allowed us to create a 3D map of how the fragments were located on the tub and calculate its size and shape, and it allowed the conservators to connect the existing fragments to each other in real life. It also made it possible to make ceramic fragments and polyurethane foam elements for the supporting structure to be able to display it, exhibit it. The method is far from ideal, what we used, because we used the 3D scanning to do this map and to do the model, but the actual filling in the losses, the actual restoration was done manually with clay by hand. And you can see here in this slide, so on the left is a 3D model, on the right is the finished object, and you can see that the shape is not exactly, it's not precise, it's not ideal yet. Yeah,
Daria, sorry for interrupting you. Unfortunately, we are seeing only the first slide at the moment.
Oh, God. Okay.
Sorry for interrupting.
Let me try to, no, thank you so much. Let me try to, how about now?
Okay, perfect. Now we see the
yeah.
second slide. Okay, thanks.
So this was, have you seen these ones at all before?
No, we see it for the first time.
We didn't. We didn't. Yeah.
You know, you can yeah. Well, I'll just skip through these. These
Thank
are the 3D bits, the models. This is how it was put together. You see, it was first scanned from these small fragments and then put together, and the correct degree was calculated from that. And this is what helped us to get to here. Yeah. On the left is the model, on the right is the finished object. But as I said, as you can see on the right, the object is far from ideal in its shape. It's a little bit wonky, so to speak. And so, okay, this was done 10 years ago, 2009. And I imagine if we had it in our lab now, we would definitely use the 3D printing, or at least we would attempt to use 3D printing. And in fact, it is our plan for the future to potentially get this object back to the lab, back to our workshop, and use 3D printing for a more precise shape to exhibit it in a better condition. The next example are objects from the Donatello project. So for those of you who are not familiar with the Donatello project, it's a project that started several years ago together with so it's the Pushkin State Museum of Fine Arts and the Prussian Cultural Heritage Foundation and the collection of sculptures from the State Museums of Berlin. We launched it together, and then more and more institutions from around the world joined us, including Trento, including Teramo. What you can see is some of the pieces here in the video. The pieces originally belonged to the Museum of Kaiser Friedrich in Berlin. Legal successor of that is currently the Bode Museum. And they were brought to Moscow in 1946 after the war. The Renaissance collection, which is what it is, it's the subject of the project. It consists of different pieces made of different materials. It's metal, ceramics, stone, and terracotta. And most of these pieces were terribly damaged. They were burned during the fire in the bunker where they were kept during the war for safekeeping, ironically. There was a massive fire in this bunker, Friedrichshain, the last days of the war. So all of them, they bear damages of different degrees. So what you see here, for example, is the two finished sculptures after conservation, St. John the Baptist, by Donatello, and another sculpture called Spiritello, which was formerly attributed to Donatello, but actually after research, we realized that it wasn't that. But here is the image of both of them before conservation. So if I were to name a few, the damages are for stone sculptures, they have various losses, they're often in fragments. Sometimes the case is that one part of a sculpture is in Moscow and another is in Berlin or St. Petersburg, for example. There's a marble panel by Michelangelo that was broken into pieces and contaminate during the fire. Some of its fragments were lost forever. Metal sculptures, as the two sculptures that you're seeing here now, were covered in layers of soot. The molecular structure of the metal itself was damaged. Ceramic pieces have layers of molten glass and soot in them. The structure of the clay was also damaged. So yeah, here you can see just how badly they looked when they got into our labs. Horrible. And so in both cases, these particular pieces, neutron tomography was used to determine their state of preservation. Mostly I will be talking about Spiritello on the right, because we used more 3D stuff with it. But I really encourage you, in the end, I will share the link to our website. The story of St. John the Baptist is incredibly interesting, and just the conservation itself was really, really interesting. And we made a short film. It's only 4 minutes long. We have it in English, in German. I think there are Italian subtitles as well, if I'm not mistaken. So if you're interested, take a look at that. But my main example would be Spiritello on the right. So here you can see Spiritello in the tomographer. It had to be held upside down just because of the shape of the piece, so but it wasn't damaged in the process. Here are some of the images made by the neutron tomography. And so what it did is that it showed us the structure of the metal, where it was too brittle, too fragile, too thin, and where it was okay. And it was really important to us because the statue was meant to be displayed upright, but because of the damages it couldn't. So we had to come up with a supporting structure, but we couldn't just place it in the supporting construction. We needed to find places on the statue where the metal was strong enough to not to be damaged by that supporting structure. So here you can see a 3D model that is synchronized with the cross sections from the neutron tomography. So what it did is that it showed the researchers exactly the places on the statue where metal was okay, and the places where it was too thin, and they could synchronize the two images and see exactly where it was. So we did determine the places which were fine to be put pressure on, so to put the supporting structure on. However, handling this piece was really a dangerous deal because of how fragile the metal was. So adjusting that supporting structure, touching it too much was not an option. So what we did is that we decided to try and use 3D printing for that. So first we scanned the statue. Here is a little video of how it was done. It's high precision laser scanning. And then after that, together with the Kurchatov Institute here in Moscow, we had a 3D printed model to scale done for us so that we could use it to measure, to adjust, to tweak the supporting construction. So here what you see is the 3D model and the supporting construction that our conservators came up with, and they used the model to put it on the statue, so we didn't have to touch the statue itself. And in the end, the statue was safely placed on the supporting structure. It looks really simple. No, this is the original. When you look at it, it's just basically a metal rod and a band holding the piece upright. But just because of how fragile it was really crucial for us to know exactly where to put this. So this is another use of 3D printing that's not obvious to when it's on display, but it was very, very incredibly helpful during our work. And the last example that I'd like to show today are these. So the picture shows two, but actually there are 4 ivory ritons in the collection of our museum. And so these 2 ritons here, they come from Nisa. And unfortunately, in 1948, there was a big earthquake there in Nisa when they, at the same time as they had excavations, archaeological digs there. And so a lot of objects were badly damaged, and it was a very dangerous place to be in. And a lot of objects had to be urgently conserved right there And then, and this is something that we call field conservation, when art conservators had to use whatever materials they had to keep the pieces preserved. So there were a total of 12 of them, and they were shared between museums, and the Pushkin State has 4. So I said that they were conserved, but you have to understand that in a field conservation, like I said, the materials that you use can vary, and you don't always have what you need on your hand. And of course, it was back in the late 40s, early 50s. So the materials that were used back then were not ideal now, according to current standards. Here you can see this is actually, this is during conservation now in the lab, but this darkened part that you can see, it's the old additions. So originally what we wanted to do is we wanted to clear this piece of the older editions, do 3D scanning, and then print out the missing parts and use them for conservation. In the end, we decided not to do that, and I'll tell you in a minute why not. But still, the 3D models were made. Here's one of them. It's still, even though we didn't print out the the missing parts, but still it's very useful because for 3D objects, 3D scanning, it's much more precise for documenting the losses and documenting the state of preservation for the objects than photographs. And second of all, we also run an educational website where we put all the information about the interesting cases that we have in conservation, and we try to use a lot of interactive models and a lot of videos and photographs that are really high quality for specialists around the world to be able to take a look. So this is something that is very useful for us for educational purposes. So we did these models, but in the end, our conservator, even though she was presented with various types of materials to choose from for printing the missing parts, they decided to go the conservative way and not to do that, and actually conserve them and restore them by hand. So what you see here, these smooth surfaces are the later editions that were done now. It was a couple of years ago that it happened. And here's why. As I said, the 3D scanning, 3D printing is evolving really, really fast, and there are new materials coming out all the time, and new technologies to do this are being developed all the time. And so sometimes what happens is that they come up with something and then they release it immediately, and then it's immediately put to use. But in conservation, there are rules that all the materials that we use, they have to be tested, A, in a lab, and B, by time. So we have to see how they age, we have to see how they hold, and we have to see how they affect the original materials. And so this is why it was decided not to completely ditch this idea, but to postpone it until the materials that are being offered to us now for 3D printing can be tested for their durability and for how compatible they are with the original materials. Especially in this case, this is ivory, a very tricky material. So for now, they postponed it, but possibly in the future, definitely, actually, in the future, we're considering coming back to this, maybe in a few years, when we know more about this. But we do know that the 3D printing is already being widely used for filling in the losses and restoring missing pieces of sculptures. So we're definitely going to go back to that, which brings me to conclusion. So here, by the way, it's the website. It's fully in English, and some of the materials are in Italian as well. So please do check it out. There are more things like what I've shown you today there. But just a few words to finalize this. The Donatello project is still currently going, even though all the metal pieces have been restored already. We still have stone, we still have ceramics, and we still have terracotta. And already now we are considering using 3D printing for restoring some of them. Currently, we're just using models that are being provided to us by the Gipsformerei in Berlin, and we manually take the forms and the molds and use them to restore the objects, because some of the objects had been there were copies that had been made before the war. thankfully, because they help us to get those pieces to the original forms. But in the future, for sure, especially now as our Department of Conservation is moving to the new laboratories with new equipment, we're really excited to use these more advanced methods more, and definitely 3D scanning of copies of those pieces and then possibly 3D printing of the missing parts of those objects is something that we're considering seriously today. I hope this wasn't too long. I think I'm going to stop here. Thank you so much. Let me figure out how to turn this off.
No, thank you. It was perfect for the time, very, very interesting for this kind of preservation and of this conservation, this object. Very, very interesting. I think the art historian and the archaeologists that have a lot of question about this new method, of course, this way of preservation of this very important things. Well, I introduced the last speech of and the last speaker, and the speech of Nico Bortoletto. Then I let Massimo Giannini to lead the discussion because unfortunately I have to go. And well, Nico Bortoletto is an associate professor of sociology at the University of Teramo, and he was member of a national research project, and now is a scientific coordinator of Adrian 496 from ancient maritime route to ecotouristic destination, Adriatic Union Program Interreg. Is a very interesting project, in European project. And today he will give a talk about bridging histories across the Adriatic, a digital approach to the cultural heritage valorization, the Aprodi case. Please, Nico.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Fosi. Thank you to Massimo for hosting us and for giving us the opportunity to present the early results of this project. This project, as you understand, is as most part of the Interreg Adrian project, are projects related to the regional development, so more or less are less academic than the project that already was presented in this afternoon. This project started in 2017 and ended this last February. And which was the focus of the project? The focus was the promotion and the valorization of 5 ancient harbors, harbor sites within the Adriatic area. The Ortona Harbor, the Torcello, there is an ancient harbor of Venice, the Dubrovnik, the Ragusa Harbor, the Dures Harbor, and the Corfu Harbor. Those territories are basically characterized for having been in the past landing places of what? Of ancient maritime, beg your pardon, commercial routes. In modern times, these harbors area have been always considered basically marginal to the cities and the regional development, having been seen in the best case mostly as boarding or landing places, and in that way scarcely attractive per se for visitors. For these reasons, Aprodi attempt was to promote and valorize cultural heritage in these areas, trying to enhancing the management and the promotion of this site, using especially the digital channels, not only, but especially. Basically, the attempt was to focalize, to attempt a qualitative change in tourist demand with a transnational approach, and to increase the digital visibility of this destination, this new touristic destination. Okay, if you agree, I give the floor to my collaborator, with the permission of the moderator, Annalisa Fazzini, that collaborated with the scientific direction of the project, and basically was the person in charge of contacts among partners. And so, Annalisa, if you hear me, are you present?
Yeah, I'm here. So
okay, go on.
So thank you, Professor Bertoletto. So thank you everyone for having us here. So I'm going to present, our presentation. All right, I think you can see it now, right?
Okay, go.
Okay. Just to sum up what Professor Bortoletto just said, what we're going to talk to you about is basically, I'm going to show you some of the main outcomes of our project and how basically the digital tools, the digital approaches, the digital processes help us shape the project and also help us achieve some of the project objectives. So Aprodi was, as Professor Bortoletto said, a European project, an internet project about the promotion and valorization of 5-inch harbors in the Adriatic-Ionian area. So we have Corfu in Greece, Dubrovnik in Croatia, Durrës in Albania, Ortona and Venice in Italy. Why we chose these 5 harbors? Because they were the landing places, where they were the endpoints of the ancient maritime routes. So basically, they share a common history. They share, a same history that no one has ever lighted before. No one has ever noticed before. So this is what we wanted to do, try to unveil this common history. Of course, the project basically took advantage of several partnerships among universities and institutions. The University of Teramo was the lead partner. And what we wanted to achieve was, first of all, the revitalization of tourist area of minor relevance or non-tourist area at all, because when we talk about, harbors, they're not really considered as tourist destinations, tourist attractions, even though they bear witness to the ancient maritime routes, they bear witness to an ancient history. So what we wanted to do is basically try to valorize the cultural heritage related to it and try to develop new forms of sustainable tourism. But in order to do that, we needed, the active involvement of, communities and local stakeholders. And let's say that in trying to achieve these objectives, the digital approach, the digital tools basically became extremely important for the development of the project itself, especially for 2 of the 4 stages of the project. That is the stages of the field investigation and the promotion. In fact, the entire project went through 4 stages. So a preliminary research with a literature review, a stage that we can call a sort of networking stage, so trying to connect with the community actors, with local stakeholders, and then the stages that I already mentioned. Because when it comes to the field investigation, since we wanted to have new forms of sustainable tourism, in developing the project, we wanted to have the lowest environmental impact as possible. So this is where the digital tools and the technology actually became really useful. So in going through the underwater investigation, the archaeological excavation, and as regards promotion, right after the COVID-19 outbreak, of course, the digital tools became extremely important for communicating the project. So in trying to promote the project itself. So talking about some of the main outputs of the project were, first of all, the creation of an Aprodi brand, and of course, all the in-brand promotional material. This material was mainly, distributed online since the pandemic. So we created like a series of presentation and videos and, a series of templates for brochure and posters that were launched online. And then we also developed our own online platform. So we developed our own website that served both as a platform for communicating the development of the project, but at the same time it became some sort of tourist portal. So people can basically gather the information from our website to build their own sustainable tourist experience. So maybe if they want to go to Dubrovnik, they can check the restaurants in our website, they can check the events, they can check the activities. And of course, all this content was also part of our, social media posting. So, so we had like our own Instagram account, Facebook pages, and of course the Twitter account as well that served as an institutional account. But of course, let's say that the results that we achieved were different from depending on the pilot cases. So starting with Dubrovnik, the pilot cases focusing on the old port structure of Dubrovnik. It's called the Case waterfront. In Dubrovnik, let's say that the entire pilot case started with a series of archival researches in the Dubrovnik State Archive, and these served as a basis for developing, an aerial mapping through drones, ultra high resolution recordings through, sonars of the seabed of the old port structure. And these allowed us to go through a series of underwater investigation of the area that led to the discovery of the old port structure. Since this massive structure was impossible to bring it to life, a 3D model reconstruction was made and was also available for tourists to see during the study visits, during the press tours, and so on. As regards the other pilot case, so Venice, the pilot case focuses on the island of Torcello, which is basically an island that is almost abandoned in Venice. And what they actually managed to do is to create a zero impact, zero infrastructure archaeological park. And everything started with a 3D surveillance of the land and of the 20 monuments in the island. And they basically created a live archaeology experience. So they were extremely good at promoting, the pilot cases activities through their own social media channels. For instance, promoting the aperitif with the archaeologists or a night walk in the archaeological site. And they were extremely good at also involving the community and in trying to promote the project through the press. In fact, during the excavation, the archaeological excavation, they found out like a skeleton belonging to the 8th century. And these news also became part of the Daily Mail news. And so actually, they were really important in promoting the project through the digital platform, the digital tools. As regard Durres, the entire project pilot case focuses on 2 areas, the Cape of Rodon and Batla Kurila. And in this case, they also use a series of digital tools like aerial mapping and other digital tools to go through the underwater investigation and archaeological excavation. And in this case, the archaeological findings that they found basically led to new hypotheses about those areas as ancient artisanal areas of the Roman times, an hypothesis that was never made before. And in this case, they were also extremely good at organizing a series of training courses for stakeholders in order to teach them about the opportunities of the sustainable tourism opportunities through a series of webinars and a series of online meetings. As regards Corfu, the investigation focused on 2 ports. There were the ports of Paleopolis and Cassiope. And in this case, the technology was used, first of all, to create a GIS map containing all the ancient monuments of Corfu. And they also developed a mobile app. Basically, they included all the monuments, the Roman monuments, including also the ancient arbors, and they created a tourist path. So basically, clicking on those icons, then you can access all the information about the monument. And they also try to teach the stakeholders about the importance of the sustainable tourism through a series of online training courses. And finally, similarly to Corfu, we have Ortona, that in this case, they also created a GIS map with all the monuments and archaeological findings along the coast of Ortona. And, and they basically created a series of online training courses that are available on a private area of our website. And to conclude, some of the main outputs, other relevant outputs that we achieved was, first of all, the creation of an uploading monography. So that basically was transformed into an ebook about those ancient maritime routes. And then we created basically a cultural heritage map. So as you can see here, where you can basically access to all the monuments scattered along the 5 pilot cases. And last but not least, we managed to create an Adrian city network involving other cities. And then we managed to create an action plan and a manual of valorization of the ancient maritime routes. Sorry.
You will survive, Annalisa.
All right. But I'm done.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, basically that's all, in the sense that this project was an ambitious one. In the early stages, we think about the creation of a couple of underwater museum, but this was basically impossible for bureaucracy, especially in the Eastern countries. This was really, but even in our country, was a nightmare. And so we switch by one side to the digital approach to the whole project, and in the other side to the participative approach of the project, in the sense that, for instance, in Torcello, they created a sort of participative archaeology that is a new form of community enhancement and community promotion of knowledge. And this, in my opinion, could be a very good result of our project. Thank you.
Thank you. So meanwhile, I'm alive, so thank you.
Okay, so many thanks to Nico and Annalisa, who have introduced another important topic in relation to digital humanities, that of enhancement of historical and cultural heritage through digital tools for the promotion of tourism. And it's very interesting, this kind of point of view. Now there is time for discussion. So please don't be shy, and please let answer to the speakers. Who will be the first? Peter, you can answer, of course.
Well, actually, since there were no questions waiting for us, I thought I'd ask a really broad one of everyone who's presented, because we're working on such different things in many ways, although we're using a lot of the same tools or similar tools. But my question for you is, how much have your projects evolved because of internal decisions you've made, and how much have they changed because of your audience's interaction with your projects over time? It just be very interested to hear that, especially those of you who are working with grants and you have special parameters for which you've created your projects or that you're being funded for, if that question makes sense.
It's up to approve the project, I guess.
Yeah. Well,
Annalisa, any idea about this? Actually, I do not understand very well the question because I was distracted by, I beg your pardon. Could you repeat? Sorry.
No, I was asking whether, the projects grow organically, no matter what. But how much do you feel as though your project, especially I'm interested to know how it's being driven by your audiences and who's responding to you and how that helps to move the project forward?
Yeah, if I can, maybe I think that in our case, the most difficult thing is that in 2020 the COVID-19 just exploded. So for us, it was really difficult to deal with that. So we didn't actually care much about the audience because everything was actually shifted to digital. So we had to reach several people through events, through meetings, and so on. So we basically had to rethink the entire project. So as regards, the audience-driven part, it was not that important, even because, with the digital transformation, then we had all the data available to us. So it wasn't much a concern. It was more the fact that we had to deal with, dealing with the pandemic. So we had to, for instance, organize a series of training courses that was no longer possible. So we had to shift to online courses, webinars, or recordings, and so on. So in that case, let's say that the audience was not really a substantial part because, of course, when you shift to the social media, to the website, of course, you have like your personas. You know how to eat that audience. So I don't know if it's partially an answer. So I don't know if Professor Bortoletto wants to add something. So
maybe also Alessio can.
I think all of our projects, since the very beginning, since the mid-90s, but mostly, in the sort of the early 2000s, are to a large extent driven by the audience. That is, by our academic audience. That is, we listen to what are the scholars' needs. We try to address them. We try to sort of find solutions. Obviously, we can't answer all the questions. We cannot possibly do everything. But I think there's the whole point is, an arena for storing and sharing digital data having with the Medici was necessary. So we try to address that. People wanted to upload and share their material. We try to address that. Scholars did not know how to read 16th century and 17th century handwriting. We try to address that. So all these things happened because we were listening. I mean, we got our hands dirty in the trenches, so to speak. We were in there, and now we're in a different headquarters. But before, we used to be in the archive, right next to the main room. So I mean, we would listen and sort of pay attention. Also, bear in mind that we are the link between the Italian and the Anglo-American world. De facto, we do that. This because very well that if anyone tries to even attempt to address an issue, a scholarly issue, with someone working in something like an archive, chances are that you will not be, you will not be not taken seriously, but it's not going to be a thorough and precise and exhaustive sort of answer to any of your queries. Sometimes they do something. So we always try to bridge that gap. I mean, believe it or not, one of the things that people used to ask us, was like, how do I get a archive card? I mean, it's as sort of as basic as that. Let alone which notary, has the documents of such and such. That's just sort of, almost like, a different dimension of, so we did that. So we also, by listening to these issues and queries, we try to implement a lot of them in what we did digitally. And also, as you know very well, bear in mind that we have to, deal with American foundations. So the Crest, and especially the Mellon, have this idea, and the NEH think about, getting. They're really concerned with the fact that information has to get to a wider and larger public as possible. Which is, without banalizing, without dumbing it down, without making it sort of, simplifying things. So I mean, the archive is a complex thing, but not a complicated thing. So we have to sort of make sure that the complexity is maintained without, and making sure that people understand how to move and how to navigate such a world. So, but bear in mind that, in every digital component, there's a human aspect. That is, there is a humanist aspect. That is, our idea was always to put the human back in the digital, the humanist back in the digital. Otherwise we're just machines, and otherwise we're just projects, and also lastly, these things also have to go hand in hand with more traditional initiatives, conferences, books, teaching, the thing, exhibitions, so these are the things that are part of this. If we work together with these two dimensions, I think that things can, I think that this can be an alternative to a certain kind of academic trajectory, which is the more mainstream.
Maybe Stefan also.
Well, it's not easy for me to give an answer, because today I've been talking about 20 different projects. And so I think that probably many different answers can be given for different typologies of products I've been talking about. On a more general level, I would probably say that many academic projects starts with the same approach to the academic publication, which is more or less the idea from the perspective of the scholar to present what he has to offer, he or she has to offer. And so when you write a book, you usually start from your own interest, your own research, your own sources. Then you transform it into a book, and then you offer it to the public, and the book goes out and looks for its own public. With traditional, some more traditional digital projects, I have the feeling that this was the moving process, where the digital humanist just had in mind of creating a digital platform, a digital tool with what it has to offer. Now, in some cases, the perspective is changing, because, for example, in order to obtain the attention of the funding bodies, more and more often now we have to see the thing for the perspective of the potential public. And like in the case of trade books, when the book is published only if it has a public, also, and for some funding, the project is funded only as long as it's going to have a public. So you have to change your own perspective. You cannot address just those very little community of scholars who can be interested in your own field, in your own research, but you have to think in a different perspective. But this, of course, applies to different type of product. I've seen scholars in more recent times working on video games, for example, working on digital storytellings. And in this case, the public is completely going to change, because these are products that are not addressed anymore to the scholarly public, but more and more to a more general audience composed by children, for example, or just boys and girls, or other people who do something completely different in their own life and not interested in academic products. So I think with the public perspective, with the approach to a general public, it is also the weight that the public has in the creation, in the regional creation of the digital humanities project is changing. But of course, this is different from case to case, and it's very different. It's very difficult, I think, to give a very general answer.
Thank you, Stefano. There is Tommaso Rebra who has a question. Tommaso?
No, I'm sorry. I made a mistake.
Ah,
I'm
okay.
sorry. There were very fascinating reports. Sorry, but
okay.
I'm
so
not.
Now Vittoria Fiorelli.
Yes, thank you. Thank you to all, everybody. It's very interesting meeting today. I had a question for Alessio, because you said twice, I think, that Medici archive has changed, no? Has a shift from digital to analogic, and then you said it again now when you said that you're working with the academy, no? Academic public, a partner. I wanted to ask you if this shift was in the things, because you have a lot of attention to the that bridge that you have with the request of your public, or it was a decision to change the logic and pass from digital to analogic. Is it a participative choice, or did you decide to change the perspective?
I think that I mean, we started as a boutique foundation back in the 90s, doing sort of databases. That's what people thought we were doing until maybe 15 years ago. So we were kind of a repository of information where people used to come and just gather information for whatever they were doing. They would come to our rooms and say, okay, I need something on Pontormo, give me everything you have, And that was sort of, something that, we're sort of basically a sort of a tertiary sort of, data service, like a store. I think that at some point, we were tired, and maybe Stefano's also, can remember, of just basically, doing this, and we had so much stuff as scholars we could produce. So we eventually began producing things, naturally. So from one book after another, and everything it was always, we did research at our institute, and then we did something on the side, which was our projects. Well, we basically combined those two things. That is, we began to, things became very natural. We thought that, that we could present these things. So we did our first conference. We thought another thing that we did, which was very specifically, and I wouldn't call them analogical, but more traditional, in traditional sense. That is, we began to form research programs specifically geared with aspects related to the research on the archive, the Jewish history program, the woman artists program, the history of news, history of medicine. So we begin to tackle issues that were specifically sort of, that were embedded in this large repository of information, and that we could just sort of make something out. So that came natural. So the conference led to publications. The publications led to the educational aspect, the seminars led to the exhibitions led to, it was a natural thing. And no one sat down and said, okay, now guys, we gotta, we gotta become, the real thing. We have to be bona fide, sort of traditional research institute, It just came very natural. But what is interesting is that everything was spawned by a digital initiative. So that was the very beginning. That was sort of the prime mover in many ways, that started everything. And, and then eventually we just had to sort of, play it by ear. I mean, I don't want to sound as if we are, we're in a perennial state of being a startup, but, we pretty much have to invent. We're small. I am, the source of, I'm someone who finds money. That's my job, to find funding, to write grants and go do fundraising. So we have, we have to come up with new ideas all the time, new ideas that sort of, that are in a sense, a couple of steps ahead of the natural mainstream, right? And this is just what we, this is what we do, and we have to survive, So the survival strategy was what forced us to do the kind of things that we're doing today. Nothing else. There was no planning, nothing, I think there were a couple of things that were planned, but things happened. And I think what is interesting is that unlike other institutes where you have a traditional institute and then you have the digital, this began as just a digital, a digital project and an in-house digital project. So every step was, was natural. That's what I was trying to say. There's no, sort of Deus ex machina, no sort of dominus behind the thing, thinking about these.
The digital community, you mean?
It was always a digital / physical community, but eventually, we tried to keep these two things, and also I must say, I mean, we had great scholars,
Of course.
I mean, and we were lucky with that. I mean, we were lucky to have had great scholars, Solju, who believe in this kind of duality of things, and I think this is one way of, I think, at least the way I think we should do it. Then I don't know any other ways. I'm an art historian, who became director because the director before was sent away. I had no plan of doing this. I just one day I inherited this and I thought, not what do I do, and but I think what I'm trying to say is everything came natural, and it was a logical succession of decisions that made sense. And Stefano remembers this very well. He was there in those years, when everything was sort of, in an embryonic stage, and that's it, really.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, and I would add that another unconventional aspect about the timing of the Medici Archive project is represented that most of the digital humanities projects we see today were born after the internet, because of course it was an incredible opportunity to have visibility worldwide. But in the case of the Medici Archive project, it was the other way around, because the project was born before the internet, and so it's also in this case it's absolutely exceptional, I think.
So the Medici Archive project is a real historical project in the best sense of the word. Well, are there more questions?
Yes.
Raffaella.
Yes. Thank you to all for this incredible project that you show us today. I know very well the Medici Archive project because I meet the first steps of the archive project in the beginning of 21st century. In Mantova, I remember that we met the Gonzaga group and the Medici Archive project group, and was a very ancient era before internet. And thank you, Peter, because I'm following Peter Lucart and the CASVA project on the Accademia di San Luca, and every year they are able to make a new step in a new way. So for me, it's very, very, very interesting. All of you. I have a question for Stefano, because it's my first meeting with you and with your Venice Center for Digital and Public Humanities. You show us more than 10 projects. How is it possible to manage all these projects all together? And second question, your departments come from a department, university department that is a special department with a special administration, because I saw your label and your database and your internet page. Are you able to imagine how could you invent yourself in the next 10 years with the fund money, when the department money will be finished? Are you able to find new investors and new investors to make new steps in a world outside university, outside our department? I am a professor at the university too, so I know very well when we start and when we finish, but we don't know how to imagine the future. Thank you, Stefano.
Well, that's a $10 million question.
Yeah.
because of course one of the answer to one of your question is represented also by the fact that we could count on an exceptional funding, which is 8 million euros, which made us possible for us to do so many things, hire so many people at different levels, from permanent positions to PhD students, and being involved in so many things at the same time. But of course, this was an exceptional funding related to the Dipartimento di Eccellenza, the Department of Excellence, which is, for those non-Italian colleagues, is a special funding that is given to a department in an Italian university with the specific reference to a project, to a wide-ranging project. So we've been able to do so many things also because of this, mainly because of this, and I don't want to take credit for something that I haven't done, because I arrived to Ca' Foscari thanks to this funding and thanks to a series of recruitments that have been done right after getting the money for all these projects. So this is one of the answers. And of course, there are many people involved in more or less direct way, and this made it possible for us to work on so many projects, so many things at the same time. Today I've shown 20 projects, but they are not all the projects we are carrying out at the moment, because I've shown those mostly related with digital history and cultural heritage. I haven't mentioned all those more related to the textual aspect of the digital scholarship. But as I said, this is possible now. The very difficult, if not impossible, question to answer is what is going to be possible after starting from 2023, when the funding is going to finish. Of course, we will try to look for other funding. We will try as much as possible to keep the bar high in terms of project, in terms of collaborations, in terms of ideas. Also, what is amazing at the moment is this exceptional environment in terms of ideas, in terms of energy, in terms of enthusiasm. But of course, this is easier when you have a new project and when you have a lot of money. It's not the same time after 10 years with no money at all, or just a few. And we are, of course, doing our best also in order to plan the future, because we're perfectly aware of what's going to happen in a couple of years. But I'm afraid that my answer cannot go beyond this point.
Was it a sort of provocation because we would like to work on this kind of project for a long time, like Peter, like Peter and the CASVA project at the Accademia di San Luca. It's a long time project, wonderful. It's, for me, the Medici Archive are the best example. That's why I asked Massimo Carlo to ask to you to participate to this 2 days, long 2 days on digital humanities and history. Because for me, I am an art historian, but the two projects are one of the best, absolutely, in the world on art and archives and maybe a history, on a large term of history.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, the Medici Archive project is an exception on the rule, and Alessio has explained very clearly how he's always looking for funding for the next project.
Yeah, but
that's very demanding and not easy at all. And also been working in a ERC project, for example, European Research Council, and that's exactly the main problem I can see in that kind of projects. You got a huge amount of money at the point that you don't know how to spend it, and that at some point it ends abruptly from one day to the other, and the project is finished.
Yeah,
that's the main issue I can see related to this to such type of funding.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
May I add on to that? And maybe Alessio's not even aware of this. How one project begets another one. In the early days of talking about creating the history of the Accademia di San Luca project, Ed Goldberg and I talked all the time. He had already developed the Medici Archive project when it was still housed at the archive and was only accessible there. But he provided so much important information, not only about how to create the database, but also about how to deal with state archives in Italy. So that kind of sharing of knowledge from one project to the other is absolutely essential to the creation and to the sustainability of other projects. And that's what I mean. It's a kind of genealogy of digital cultural projects. Can hear.
Alessio, we don't hear you.
Your microphone, Alessio.
Sorry. I remember those days. I mean, I was there the earlier period. I remember when Ed was discussing these things. You said the right word, sustainability. Sustainability is, and I think Stefano mentioned it before, the idea of being able, to continue, and plan for the future. But there's one thing which I think will always stay, which are the primary sources. I mean, once you have the primary sources there, I mean, once I can always count on the Medici, I can always count on their documents. I can always go back to that source, for whatever reason, and, find, believe it or not, inspiration and direction towards the next projects or the next ideas. I mean, that's what always has been sort of the fundamental sort of the ground zero of all of our initiatives. Because at the end you always have that. There's always that. I mean, we can close tomorrow, but at the end there's always going to be a digital platform, which is not complete, but at least it's something that people can have. Of course, what I like about the Accademia di San Luca, it's this, and I like a lot. And in fact, I in many ways try to imitate it and try to have inspired, is the idea that it's always, so that it's always questioning itself, it's always regenerating, it's always coming up with new things, which I think is essential. I remember the earlier platform, the very, very early platform, but it's always the idea that there's something, that it has to sort of, that you can always add something. And I think that at the very core of any digital project, is there has to be the concept, the idea that you can, add things, and have a platform that is so adaptable, that is so protean, to have new things to be added. And that's something that has to do with coding, so we, and understanding the evolution and how coding evolves very quickly. Let me tell you that when our platform came out, it was already outdated. The time that it came out, remember when BIA came out in 2012, it was already sort of yesterday's news, and it hadn't even come out yet. When MIA came out, in terms of ideas, in terms of coding, in terms of technology, it was already outdated, But what stays is the primary sources, And at the end of the day, the scholar wants to, have information for his book, article, whatever, and it's important, when that happens, it's crucial. And I think that once you have that, once you allow scholars to access the information, no matter what, I think that's the job is done, in many ways.
Thank you, Alessio. More questions? By the way, tomorrow we have more discussions, so we can let something for today. I don't know if Nico or someone of our PhD students, do you have any question? No, all tired. Well, so we can close this session. I wish to thank all the speakers and, of course, all the participants. And we will see in this same channel tomorrow at 9:30. And nothing. Thank you so much. And I hope that tomorrow we will have another useful discussion and sharing of our projects.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Domani.
See you tomorrow.
Ciao, domani.
Bye bye, Fulvia. Bye bye, Peter.
Ciao. Ciao.
Kisses from
Yeah.
me.
Kisses to the family.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you so much, Massimo.
Thank you, Stefano, of course.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Stefano.
Me too. Nice to meet you, Stefano. Me too.
I knew Stefano, but see you tomorrow. Ciao.